Check 1, 2.
Well, I grew up in East Nashville, Tennessee, and on Lishy Avenue, and there was a lot of violence. I was angry because when you go, my name is Janae Hartnett. I'm 17 years old. I attend Nashville School of the Arts, and my main focus there is music. Well, I grew up in East Nashville, Tennessee, and on Lishy Avenue. I was I was trying to do something. My name is Janae Hartnett. My name is Janae Hartnett. I'm 17 years old. I attend Nashville School of the Arts, and my main focus there is music. Well, I grew up in East Nashville, Tennessee, and on Lishy Avenue, and there was a lot of violence. I was angry because when you go home,
All my life I've been carried by.
She lives all the way down there.
Don't
Ask
ask
me.
me how, cause I can't explain. It's nothing short of a miracle I'm here. I've got some blessings that I don't deserve.
Well, I couldn't think of a better person to win, to be honored with the Betty Dickens Award than Susan Joy. Susan is an incredible lady, a longtime Journey's employee of well over 30 years, I think almost 35 years before she retired early a few years ago. Well, I couldn't think of a better person to win, to be honored with the Betty Dickens Award than Susan Joy. Susan is an incredible lady, a long time. Well, I couldn't think of a better person to win, to be honored with the Betty Dickens Award than Susan Joy. Susan is an incredible lady, a longtime Journey's employee of well over 30 years, I think almost 35 years before she retired early a few years ago. What an incredible, faithful, dedicated, sweet lady that Susan is. Susan at one time was our whole marketing department for Journeys, and I think in the early days of our relationship with Rocketown, literally was our ambassador to Rocketown and the relationship that Journeys had with Rocketown. Um, she's the one who tirelessly worked on all the various things that the Journeys volunteers would go over and do, and if it wasn't for her, I'm not sure that the program would have continued the way it did with kind of the gusto that it did. So I'm not surprised in Susan being honored with this award. Very well deserved, and couldn't, again, think of a better person to receive this award.
If I could sum up how I would describe you, if someone said, "Tell me who Susan Joy is," I would say that she has an athlete's mindset with a philanthropist's heart. And what I mean by that is you constantly were always challenging yourself, wanting to improve, take on new skills. Your work ethic was unparalleled. It's something that, was legendary, to be honest, and we still talk about it. You were the first one in, the last one to leave. But through all of that, where you were constantly, looking for the next thing and trying to take on new challenges, you never did it in a way that seeked recognition. And you did it because it was just the way that you are. And that's very similar to how I would describe your giving and your heart.
My name is Janae Hartnett. I'm 17 years old. I attend Nashville School of the Arts, and my main focus there is music. Well, I grew up in East Nashville, Tennessee, and on Lishi Avenue, and there was a lot of violence and a lot of violence. My name is Janae Hartnett. I'm 17 years old. I attend Nashville School of the Arts, and my main focus there is music. Well, I grew up in East Nashville, Tennessee, and on Lishi Avenue, and there was a lot of violence. I was angry because when you go home, you want a loving kind of environment outside of your home. I mean, my mom, she was a hard worker. She was great. It was the environment outside of my house, surrounding my house. I was trying to do something different, but everybody else around me was doing everything wrong.
If we made $1 million tomorrow, all of it is to go. If we made $1 million tomorrow, all of it. If we made $1 million tomorrow, all of it is to go to kids. All the money we generate from here is going back to get more kids on skateboards, to get them food if they need it, to get them counseling if they need it. But a lot of kids aren't gonna listen to any adults. A lot of kids are like in their teenage years. They need a place with some kind of attraction, and that hobby, or for us, way of life, will open up their ears and open up their hearts and start to speak to the guys that work in the shop. And you start to learn about these kids that come from single parent homes, might be homeless in some of the cases of kids we've helped here. And you're able to say, here's a skateboard. So this is something to put you on and get your mind at ease, help that mental aspect. Then there's all the physical sleep. We have the meal plan and the counseling to really help these kids along. So if there is a kid that is super talented on a skateboard,
My name is Janae Hartnett. I'm 17 years old. I attend Nashville School of the Arts, and my main focus there is music.
All my life I've been carried by.
She lives all the way down there.
My name is Janae Hart.
committed staff with a heart for the gospel to be shared. Tonight we are here to celebrate these people and to lift up all the work that Rocketown is doing for the kingdom. Now, before we go any further, I want to acknowledge something. We'll try not to get emotional here. But we lost one of Praise God for that. So before I offer thanks for this evening and this food, I think it's probably a very good thing that we pause for a moment and remember and honor Pat Emery. We love you, Pat, and we miss you. Will you pray with me? Lord, we honor you tonight. We praise your most holy name. We thank you for this gathering. We thank you, God, for what you've done in this place. Bringing in kids who, in so many ways, didn't have a chance. And we love on them, and we see them radically transformed. And we know that is near and dear to your heart. So we ask you, God, to be with us tonight, and everything said and done and spoken, even at our tables, would honor you on every level. We thank you, Lord, for the food. We thank you, Lord, for the hands that prepared it. And we just pray for a great evening. We pray we can raise a lot of money for your kingdom to reach these kids. We pray this in the name of Yeshua, in Jesus' name, and all God's people said. All right, Kristen, you're free to serve dinner. It's going to be awesome tonight. As you enjoy the salads, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and express my gratitude. It's always humbling to see so many people who want to offer hope and change futures. That is the mission of Rocketown. By coming out tonight, you are helping support this ministry, and you're not only making a difference in this community, but in the lives of individuals. And I wish I could name each person in the room by name, because you are the ones making this happen. But to keep us on track, I'm just going to name a few, okay? So listen up, if you can listen up just for a sec. This event and the ministry of Rocketown wouldn't be possible without some amazing sponsors. Number one, Journeys. Woo! Come on. The consistent support day in and day out, year after year, with serving our kids has been such a blessing. Whether it be helping set up this event, serving at family dinner, or hosting our huge shoe giveaway for the kids at Christmas, you always go above and beyond for the students at Rocketown. Our skate park and kids are forever thankful for your love and support. Later tonight, we will have the pleasure of honoring one of your own with the Betty Dickens Award. Number two, Core Civic. You're out there. You know firsthand the importance of having a place like Rocketown in our community and what impact it makes. Thank you for being here and for your investment in the lives of young people, especially those at risk. And I cannot thank you enough for your constant support year in and year out. Number three, Hemp Hill Brothers. Come on, you guys. Come on, take me around America in a bus. I couldn't even calculate the number of miles I've logged on a Hemp Hill coach, even if I wanted to. Later tonight in the live auction, Hemp Hill will be offering transportation for 10 people to attend my concert in Chattanooga. Trent and Joey, you guys are great friends, and I would like to recognize your many years of support. You guys have not only been there for myself, but also for Rocketown. And it's always a pleasure to work with you and see your commitment to your community. Thank you very much. Number 4, Regions Bank. Where are you, Regions Bank? You're out there. Your commitment to Rocketown goes back, actually almost to the beginning. Throughout the many years, you have never failed to support Rocketown. Latricia, your leadership as the board chair over the past 2 years has been nothing but amazing. Your leadership has influenced and forever changed thousands of kids' lives that we now serve. Thank you so much. And last, HCA. Come on, HCA. Woo! HCA is another longtime supporter of Rocketown. And HCA is one of those companies that you are proud to say is headquartered right here in Nashville, Tennessee. Everyone on the HCA team, the impact that you have made every single day is huge, and we cannot thank you enough. Can you all give a round of applause on everybody I mentioned? Come on. All right, we're taught not to do cell phones at the table. Got to be polite. But hey, you know what? I give you permission because the silent auction's still going on. It's still time to bid. So go for it. Just continue to bid. And the auction will close at 7:30 p.m. sharp. So look at your watches. Make sure you get your bids in before then. All right? Enjoy dinner. Here we go.
please welcome back to the stage tonight's host, Michael W. Smith.
We got a tight schedule going on. How's everybody doing? Great meal? Everybody alive? All right, just continue eating. If you haven't finished, let's show Kristen Winston and her team our appreciation for the incredible meal, guys. Big hand. Thank you. Thank you, Kristen. And I want to thank Lippman Brothers and Coca-Cola for providing tonight's beverages. Thank you, guys. Big hand. Warm welcome. Thank you. And for those who are just joining us online, we welcome you. We are thankful for your support, and we are happy that you are watching at this very moment. You may have thought the auction is closed, but surprise, we have a few more items to auction. So would you please welcome to the stage Letitia Fry. Woo! Big welcome.
Hi, everybody.
Come on, you go, girl.
Thank you so much. So, those of you at home that are live streaming, sorry, this is going to be fun because I'm going to come down there and get with everybody on the floor. I prefer to work with you, not above you. So, are we ready for a live auction? All right, here I come. I'm coming down and out into the people. All right, here we go. Hi, everybody. Are we having a good time? It's such a pleasure to be here. Now, our first live auction that we have tonight, and if I don't see your bid, I want to introduce my partner in crime, my colleague, Kelly Lee Walton. Give him some noise right there. The two of us will catch your bids here tonight on behalf of Rocketown. So, Gatlinburg. This is an opportunity. It's called the Giving Cabin. The reason it's called the Giving Cabin is that the people that own it like to use it to give back because they love their family, they love people, and they've had a lot of good fortune and like to pay it forward. They are inviting 10 of you. This is 3 king beds and a set of 2 twin bunks in a room. So ideally 6 adults and 4 kids would be ideal, or the best girls weekend ever. 2 nights, 3 days. You also have a chance, 2 fireplaces, incredible indoor, outdoor, hot tub and everything, and they are also right close. They're in between Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge, and they're right by Dolly World. They're right by they're in the Rocky Top Sports and the Arts and Crafts Loop and all of that, and they're giving you $50 towards the Cookie Dough Creamery, and they're giving you 5 passes towards the Ghost Waking Tour. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start it low so your hands can go high. Opening bid for this one, just $200. Here we go. $200, $200, 2 3. And cheer them on. This is fun. $200, $300 now, 2 3. $300, $400, 4. $300 now, 4 4, 5. $500, $500. $500, $600. Cheer them on, folks. $500, $600. I've got 5 6. $600, $600. 5 $600. I've got 500 right there with Chaz. $600, $600. 500 going 6. $600, I know nobody expects it in the heels, right? $500 now, $600. 600, he's in. 700, 700. $800, 800, 700 now 8. The more you cheer, I promise they'll spend money. $700 now, $800 for our kids. $700, 800. I've got 7 going 8. $800, 800. 2 nights, 3 days in the mountains. $800. I've got 700 going 8. 800, 800, 9. Kelly Lee, go to 9. 800, 900. 800 going 900. 1,000. 1,000, 1,000, 900, but now 1. 1,000, $1,100. I promise if you're not bidding and you're clapping, they'll spend more. Cheer them on for Rocketown. 1,000, you have $1,100. I've got one going to be 1,100. 1,000 going to be now 100 more. 1,000, you have 1,100. You have 1,000. Yes, 1,100. You have 12. Told you. Keep cheering. 1,100. You have $1,200. 1,100 going 12. 12 you have 1,200. 1,100 not 12. 12 you have 1,002. You have 2. 1,100 bidding 1,200. Last chance 1,200. 1,100 going 12. 1,200. He's in. 1,300. You have 1,003 now. 2 now 3. 13. The ladies in. $1,400. 13. You put a 4. 14 gonna be now 13. You put a 14. 14. Would you come back? He's in. 14 gonna be now 1,500. 1,005. You put a 4. You put a 5. $1,500. Back in. Cheer them on. 16. 15 gonna be now 16. 1,600. You put a 1,005. You put a 6. 1,600. You put a 16. Yes, he does. $1,700. 16 could have been now 17. 17, you put a 16 could have been now 7. 1,007. She's in. $1,800. 18, you put a 1,008 could have been now 18. 17 going 18. 18. Michael's waving. That's an expensive wave, Michael. 18 going 19. Are you in? 19. I've got 18 going 19. I've got Kelly Lee at 18. 18 could have been now 19. 19 now 2,000. Kelly. Kelly Lee could have been now 2,000. I got 19 could have been now 2. 2,000 be able to 2,000. 2 nights, 3 days. 10 of you. $2,000. Cheer her on, ladies and gentlemen. Help her think about it for Rocketown. 2,000. I'm right here at 19. 1,900 here going 2. It has been sold. 1,900 right here. What's your bidder number tonight? 322. Give him a huge round of applause. 1,900 bidder 322. Is everybody having fun? Me too. Me too. What a blessing to be here. Now, it's a big honor. I had the pleasure. Thank you very much. I had the pleasure several years ago. So I only do charity auctions. I've been doing this for 19 years. And I had the pleasure of meeting Charlie Lee Daniels about 7 years ago at a veterans event. The man was such an incredible philanthropist and passionate performer. But it's an honor here tonight because his son is with us, Charlie Jr., right there. Hello, my friend. Your father is amazing. We're also just 4 days shy of what would have been his 85th birthday. So a very special night here, and I'm going to bring something over, as well as a chance for Charlie Jr. to tell you about it. But for a man that's been inducted into the Grand Ole Opry, he's been inducted into the Musicians Hall of Fame, he's been inducted to the Country Music Hall of Fame, he's a Grammy Award winner, AMA Award winner, CMA Award winner, but he also was an incredibly, incredibly courageous man. He overcame cancer, he overcame his first stroke, he overcame injury, he overcame so many things while actually advocating for civil liberties, rights in America, and veterans. I personally think the man's amazing, and we are actually holding his actual fiddle that he once played on his 2002 tour, and I'm going to let Charlie Jr. tell you a little something about it.
Sorry, I'm still chewing. Okay, if you looked at the fiddle and you thought that there was something wrong with it, I'll tell you that the fiddle itself is fine. The bow, which is now zipped into the strings here, Dad most nights would end up shredding a bow when he would do Orange Blossom Special. He would do the train sounds, and he would start going across it, and Dad would always tell you he'd never played the fiddle right. If you want to learn how to play the fiddle, not to watch what he did. Because he played too hard, but he specifically would try to destroy the bow. So the bow, there is the bow that came with it, which is in pristine condition, and then you have the one that he actually ripped to shreds. So anyway, and Dad loved Michael to death, and love what Rocketown stands for and stuff. So please bid on this, and it's not a whole lot of the shredded fiddle bows out there. He would toss them to the crowd sometimes, but this is one of the few that's left. So
let's give him a big round of applause. And a lot for him to be here with us just 4 days before his father's birthday and a time to remember him. So I'm going to gently play this back up here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, who is going to be the real Charlie Daniels fan and the shredded bow from the man that knew about The Devil Went Down to Georgia and Grammy Award winning and superstar all the way? So here we go. Opening bid for this, $500. Here we go. 500, you put a 500 bid now, 600 bid now, 700, you put $800. Remember, if you clap, they bid. 800 bid now, 900, 800 bid now, 900 right there, 1,000, 1,000 bid 1,100 bid now, 1,001, you put a 2, you put a 13, 13, you put a 14, 1,004, Kelly Lee, 13 right there, you put a 4, 1,004, you put a 14, you put a 15, 1,005. Cheer them on. 15 could have been now 16. Come on, folks, make some noise. That's how they do this. 15 could have been now 16. 16 could have been now 17. 17, you put a 17, you put a 18 could have been now 19. 19 could have been now 2. 2,000, you put a 2,000. New player. 21. 21, you put a 21. $2,500. 3,000, 25, you put a 3, 3,000 gonna be now 35, 35, you put a 3,000, you put a $3,500. He's in, 4,000, 4,000, you put a 35, you put a 4, 4,000, yes, 4,000 gonna be now 45, 45, you put a $4,500, 45, going 5,000, 5,000, you put a 45, you put a 5, 5,000, 5,000 going 55, 55, you put a 5,005, yes, gonna be now $6,000, 55 going 6, 65, 6,500, you put a 6,005, I've got 6 going 65, 6,500, you put a $6,500, 6,000 going 65, 65, cheer them on in, 65 going 7, 7,000, 7,000, 75, 7,000, you put a 75, you put a 7,005, 7,000, you put now $7,500, 7,000 right there, going 75, 75, you put a 7,005, back in, 8,000, gotta go to 8, got 75 right there, $8,000, 75, you put it 8, 8,000, you put it 8,000, 75, going 8, $8,000. 8,000, yes, 85, 85, you put it 8,000, cheer them on, 85, going $9,000, 85, you put a 9, 9,000, you put it 85, going 9, 9,000, you put a 9,000, 9,000, are you sure? 9,000 once, 9,000 twice. Oh, well, you're outbidding yourself. I like this. I had you at 85, but you're outbidding yourself at 9. I'm not going to stop you for Rocketown. You're actually at 85. I'm not going to make you outbid yourself. You're at 85, but if anybody wants to get to 9, now's the time to beat this gentleman. 9,000 once, 9,000 twice. It has been sold. $8,500. Congratulations. Shake your hand. Bidder number 243. Give him a huge round of applause for Rocketown. I love that. Charlie Jr., thank you so much. I still have my autographed picture of your father. Now, are we having fun? Yes, we are. Did anyone notice? Now, Mike and Leanne Woods, where are you? Mike and Leanne are here. There they are. Ladies and gentlemen, Music City Indian Motorcycles is in the house. Who noticed that Vespa out in that front room? Now, that is a very particular color. Honestly, it really translates from Italian into English almost as like almost an unusual orange, a psychedelic orange. It's phenomenal. This is a 50cc, 4-stroke I-Get engine, 12-inch tires. It actually has a 3-cycle, 2-in, 1-out, incredible opportunity. Now, these Vespas date back to the 1960s, but the Vesta Primavera is as good as it gets. These run about 5,000 or so, 5,000, 6,000, right around there. 55, yep, $5,000 to $6,000. I know because I've been eyeing one. $5,000 to $6,000. So here we are to find out who's going to be on this Vespa and help all of our youth here at Rocketown. Opening bid for this one, moving by 500s, is $1,000. Here we go. 1,000, you put a 15, going to bid now 15. Going to be now 2, 2,000 going to be now 25, 25, you put a 2, you put a 25. I've got 25, you put a 3, 3,000 going to be now 35, 35 in the back, you put a $4,000. Cheer them on, 35 going 4,000 right there, 45, 45, you put a 5,000, 45, you put a 5, 5,000, you put a $5,000. I've got the gentleman at 45 going 5,000, 55, got to go to 55. Chaz going 55, he's in 6,000, 6,000, but you put a 55, you put a $6,000. If we're having fun, cheer them on. 55, you put it at 6. 6,000, you put it at 6,000. 5 with Chad, you put it at 6. 6,000, you put it at $6,000. 55, going 6. 6,000, you put it at 6,000. 55 going 6. $6,000. 5, you put it at 6. It has been sold. Jazz, 5,500 bidder, 396. All right. Phenomenal experience there. I'd love to see that. All right. Now, this man that I'm going to talk about right now, we have 2 items to do with the gentleman who is the motivation behind all of the work that we're here to celebrate tonight. A man with 45 Dove Awards, 45 of them, 3 Grammys, an AMA. The man that also has the coveted Golden Note. Was the first Christian, actually, songwriter to achieve that, which is basically the most epic songwriter Hall of Fame. I'm talking none other than Michael W. Smith. Can you please give him some applause? He is a visionary, a husband. He is a grandfather to 11, I believe, at this point. 11? 11 grandkids? 17 now? Oh, my goodness. Wow. It's like a whole pack. You're going to need a Rocketown just for those kids. 17 grandkids. But extraordinary. So here's what's happening. This man, who tirelessly continues to perform in so many different venues, is heading to Chattanooga, okay? So here's the deal. He's already going to be in Chattanooga on Wednesday, December 14th. But 10 of you are going to meet here at Rocketown at 1 o'clock. Now, did anyone get on that Hemp Hill bus out there that is his custom tour bus? Because it is next level. It's like a jet that happens to have wheels. Next level. Well, you know what? 10 of you are going to get on it. And they're going to drive you to his concert in Chattanooga on his tour bus, just the 10 of you. When you get there, you're going to join Michael for dinner before his show, and then you're going to get some of the best seats in the house at the show, and then the bus is going to leave him there in Chattanooga and take you back here and drop you back at Rocketown. So this is not something that would normally be open to the public, but it is here tonight. So ladies and gentlemen, 10 of you, that private Hemp Hill bus out there with all that leather interior and design, all the way to Chattanooga, best dinner, best company, best concert, and right back here, all for the kids. So here we go. Opening bid. $1,000. 1,000, you put a 15, you put it now 2,000, you put it now 25, 25, you put a 3, 3,000, you put it now 35, 35, you put a 4, 4,000, you put a 4, 35, going 4, come on, cheer them on, 4,000, you put a 45, 45, 5,000, 5,000, you put a 55, 5,000, you put it now $5,500. I've got 5,000 with you, Kelly Lee, get it now 55, 5,000, you put a 5,500, 5,000, you put a 55, 55, you put a 5,005, I've got 5,000, back right, going 5,005, 10 of you, Chattanooga, Wednesday the 14th of December, 5,000, you put a 55, 55, you put a 5,000, yes, 55, $6,000, 6,000, you put now 65, 65, you put a 6,005, I've got 6, he's got 65, 7,000, Kelly Lee, 65, you put a $7,000, if we clap, I promise they bid, 7,000, you put now 75, 75, you put a 7,000, you put now 75, 75, you put a 7,000, you put now 75, you put a 7,005, 75, 75, yes, 8,000, 8,000, but you put it at 75, you put it at 8. Oh, close call, don't do that. 8,000, 8,000, but now 85, 8,000, but now 85, 85, you put it at 8,500. Help them think about it, cheer them on, let's have some fun. 8,000, but now 85, he's in. 9,000, 85, you put it at 9, 9,000, but you put it at $9,000. 85 going 9, 9,000, 9,000, 95, 95, you put it at 9,000, give it 95, 95, 10,000. 10,000, you put a 95, you put a 10. 10,000, you put a $10,000. That's a grand a person. 10,000, you put a 10,000. 9,5 going 10. 10,000, 10,5, 10,005, 10,5 once, 10,5 twice. It has been sold. $10,000. Bidder number 364. Huge round of applause for Michael. Oh, Michael. Now, Michael wasn't going to stop there helping in Rocketown. So here's what's up next. This is going to involve 2 of you in February. Now, February 3rd, 4th, and 5th. That's 2 nights and 3 days. That's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's a little cold here in February, so we're going to take you to San Diego. We're going to give you $500 towards your airfare to go to San Diego, and we're going to put you up for 2 nights and 3 days at the most incredible all-inclusive. It's the Legacy Resort and Spa. Extraordinary restaurants. Personally, I think you need to try the Italian restaurant. It's one of the best. Spa, gorgeous views in the heart of San Diego. Now, what are you doing there? That's because Michael W. Smith is both created and hosting the retreat. The retreat of fellowship, the retreat of music, celebration, community, Christ, and all. You are going to have 2 tickets to all-inclusive for the entire experience in San Diego in February, and of course, meet and greets and time with Michael W. Smith himself. So, ladies and gentlemen, who's going to the sunshine? Now, Chaz did tell me if you wanted to see the zoo or you want to see something else in San Diego, they'll throw that in there too. They want to make this super fun. They also want to have a glorious time and to be able to celebrate with like-minded people that are there to do the same in the heart of San Diego in February. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is your last live auction item of the night, and we will open the bidding at $1,000. Here we go. $1,000, you open $1,000, going to bid now $1,000. Remember, it's all inclusive. You're going to the retreat. You're going to San Diego, 2 nights, 3 days. You get $500 back right off the top towards your airfare, your hotel, everything's included, all of the tickets to the worship, to the music, to everything, and the fellowship. Opening bid, $1,000. 2 nights and 3 days in San Diego. 1,000, 1,000, 15. 1,500, you open it up, 1,000, to bid now 15. 1,500, you open it up, 1,000, to bid now $1,500. 1,000 going 15. Cheer them on, folks. This is it. San Diego in the winter. 1,000, you open it up, $1,500. 1,000, to bid now 15. 15, to bid now 1,005. We got 1,000, you open it up, 15. 1,500, you open it up, 1,500. 1,500, or this man's getting the steal of the century. 1,000, to bid now 15. 15, to be able to 1,005. 15, to bid now 2,000, to bid now 25. 25, you able to 3. 3,000, you able to $3,000. I've got 25 right behind you going 3,000. 3,000, you able to 25, to bid now 3. 3,000, you able to 3,000. Kelly Lee's got him at 25. Last chance, cheer him on. Last item of the night. 2,500, you able to $3,000. 3,000, are you sure? 25 going 3. 3,000 once. 3,000 twice. It has been sold. $2,500. Congratulations. Bidder number is 426. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for your bidders, your donors. It's not possible without either of them. Now, I will be back to join you shortly for more of our program. But for right now, if you would be so kind as to take a look and a listen at the video screens. Thank you.
My name is Janae Hartnett. I'm 17 years old. I attend Nashville School of the Arts, and my main focus there is music. Well, I grew up in East Nashville, Tennessee, and on Lishi Avenue, and there was a lot of violence. I was angry because when you go home, you want a loving kind of environment outside of your home. I mean, my mom, she was a hard worker. She was great. It was the environment outside of my house, surrounding my house. I was trying to do something different, but everybody else around me was doing everything wrong, and I just felt like I didn't fit in anywhere. Michael W. Smith, I listened to your music. I really liked it. A little bit of critiquing that I would say was, you should have added me so I could do some harmonies on there. That would have been really good, but it's okay. We'll talk later. Good evening. Tonight I am honored to share a little bit about my life and why I'm standing here at this event with you all today. To start, I would like to say thank you to all the Rocketown staff, but especially a few. Where Donnie at? Donnie, thank you for always being you. My mom thinks you can save the world, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Beth, thank you for always being a great mentor to me and a great role model. Where Josh Madison at? Josh and Madison, thank you so much for always being a place I can be myself and always being a bright light of joy. Growing up was not always easy because of where I came from. Everywhere I looked, I was surrounded by drugs, gangs, and violence. I was more or less a loner, rarely getting into trouble. Racial disparities surfaced on in my preteens, and I learned how teachers disciplined black and white kids. They singled us out and taught us we're lesser than. I found myself getting so angry, and I knew that anger started to control my life. And one week, I saw a close friend get robbed. After that, I was a victim to gang violence. In many ways, I felt I was destined for failure, destined to be another girl from the hood. And I knew that wasn't the life I wanted to live. My dream was to go to college and pursue a musical career and learn about the music business. Later on down the road, I hope to teach kids about music and help them to fall in love with music just the way that I did. Someone I admire a lot is my mother. I learned a lot from my mother. She is a strong woman who loved and disciplined me and my older brother. She taught us about God and his praise, and I knew who God was. Everyone in my family was practically a Christian, so it was something that I was raised around. But in the midst of my upbringing, my mom got sick and spent time in the hospital, which caused me to grow cold towards God. I had known God existed from the time my grandmother brought me to Sunday school, but I honestly struggled with the relationship part. God dropped hints that I could be a better person. So honestly, I just started to pray. I prayed every day to God. I prayed the doubts would go away, and I wanted to draw closer to him. And in the midst of all the bad around me, God provided me the little glimpse of light that I needed. That light was Rocketown. I was introduced to Rocketown through my school NSA. I came one day after school, and I encountered a bunch of loving people. If I'm being honest, one of the main reasons I stayed was because of the good food. Like, come on. Their food is so good. After all, my mother was a single parent providing for me and my older brother. Many times when I came to Rocketown, they prayed for me and they encouraged me. Slowly, Rocketown became a safe place for me and my friends. Day after day, I saw how the consistency of someone who didn't know me loved me despite my flaws. I am truly grateful for Rocketown and the confidence they helped me obtain. The biggest difference between things that I've experienced and Rocketown is God presenting himself in a whole different way. More ways, more relatable, and more interesting. Since God presented himself more relatable to me, I realize now that God is my Father. I finally appreciate the unconditional love and forgiveness I found in God. This has brought a new perspective full of freedom to my life. Even though life may not have always been the easiest, I would not trade my upbringing or surroundings because it has made me into the person I am today. Rocketown helped guide the little seeds of faith that were already sown into me when I was young. As I approach adulthood, I find myself wanting to make a difference in the world like Rocketown did for me. I want to travel around the world, around nations, performing and inspiring people with my music. And I no longer identify myself as an angry, scared little girl destined for failure, but a daughter of a king who can do anything that she puts her mind to. Thank you. I would also like to share a song with you guys that means a lot to me. It's Alabaster Box by CeCe Winans. So I'm just going to lay it down for you guys.
The room grew still as she made her way to Jesus. She stumbled through the tears that made her blind, and she felt such shame. Some spoke in anger, heard folks whisper, there's no place here for God. Still on she came through the pain that flushed her face, until at last she knelt before his feet. And though she spoke no words, everything she said was heard as she poured her love for the master, and her box my praise on him like gold in Mary's alabaster box. Don't be angry if I wash his feet with my tears and I dry them with my hair. You are there the night he found me. You did not feel what I felt when he wrapped his loving arms around me. And you don't know the cost of the oil in my alabaster box. I can't forget the way life used to be. I was a prisoner to the sin that had me bound, and I spent my days, poured my life without measure into a little treasure box I thought I found, until the day when Jesus came to me and healed my soul with the wonders of his touch. So now I'm giving back to him all the praise he's worthy of. I've been forgiven, and that's why I love him so much. And I've come to pour my praise on him like gold from Mary's alabaster box. Don't be angry if I wash his feet with my tears and I dry them with my hair. You weren't there the night he found me. You did not feel what I felt when he wrapped his loving arms around me. And you don't know the cost of the oh, you don't know the cost of my prayer, and you don't know the cost of the oil in my alabaster box. Thank you so much.
I know, the standing's not for me, I know that. So thank you, Janae. She is one of our favorites here. If you couldn't tell, she struggles with her personality. She's not very outgoing. It's fairly common for her to walk up to me. She has a name for me. Janae, what's your name for me? I don't know if she... Mr. Boss Man. And she'll show up in my office, regardless if anyone's there. Hi, Mr. Boss Man. Hi, Janae. So anyway, Janae is, she's one of many kids from Nashville School of the Arts that come here every single week in our after-school program. And so this part of the program, I get to share some stats, but I'm really going to share more specifically what we do when the kids come in. And there's a one program I want to highlight because I think I know it's unique. And we do programs every single day, and we've served almost 10,000 meals since the beginning of the year. We serve a lot of food. That's one of the ways we connect with kids is over a meal. And every Monday, we actually do a cooking class called Cooking Collective. On Tuesdays, we have Skate Church. So that's a youth outreach, a youth group for skaters. And then Wednesday is the program I want to highlight. It's called Wisdom and Eats. It was started by David Jolly years ago, and it's a bunch of kids sitting around a table sharing a controversial topic and sharing their opinions, eating milk and cereal. And Thursday is family dinner where we feed anywhere from 50 to 100 kids every single week, and we share the gospel with them Tuesdays and Thursdays in those outreach. And then Friday we do a lot of different things. So Wisdom and Eats, why is that important? Because we've got kids from every walk of life. We have kids from the Sudicum-Napier neighborhoods, from Edge Hill. We have kids from Belmead and Bellevue, and you name it, from some of the richest kids in town to some of the poorest in town. And there will be 25 or 30 kids sitting around a table talking about controversial topics. And we try to throw things out there that us as adults, we won't talk about. You name it, we'll throw it. All right, presidential issues, whether you like Biden or Trump, we throw it out on the table and let them talk. The rule is they cannot disrespect someone's opinion. They have to sit there and listen. And we have a staff person leading them, but they don't share their opinions. And the kids talk back and forth on the subject, and inevitably what happens is after the time is over, they will approach the staff person and say, what do you think about that subject? And so our staff person can share their perspective. Typically, it's a biblical perspective on why they believe what they believe. Transgender, that's a hot topic, right? Who wants to talk about that around the dinner table with your friends? Right? I mean, nobody really wants to discuss that. You put 30 teenagers around the table, and they start talking about it in a way that is, it's interesting to see some of the perspectives. Some of it's a little scary, but for the most part, it's beautiful because they do it with respect. And that's one of the things that I love about Rocketown is kids from every walk of life can get together and they can share their opinions in a kind, respectful way. And then we can share a biblical perspective on why we believe what we believe. And so we're in this thing for the long haul. It's not a short-term mission. It's not something that we blow in and we share this emotional plea about Jesus and they get saved and we walk away. That's not it. It's a long, tedious process. Janae has been here for several years before she finally made a commitment to serve Christ. We're here, we've been here for years, and we're going to be here for decade after decade. This is a vision that Michael and Debbie came up with almost 30 years ago, and we're growing. We're looking at Ashland City. We have a building down in Antioch that we're designing right now. We're looking at other cities to go around the country and do what we do here, because the fruit that is being born out of this ministry it's exceptional. And it's, you know, Michael, you get all the credit in the world for coming up with that idea, but we've got the most amazing staff team. I told one of our staff people last night as we were putting this room together for you all, how blessed we are. There's not a person on our team that I wouldn't put up against any minister in town because they know their testimony. They know how to share the gospel. They know how to do it in a loving, caring way. We don't beat kids over the Bible. We love them into a relationship. And then we walk alongside of them with it. And so it's a uniquely different ministry, and we're blessed to have you all here to help us fund this because we do some really cool stuff too. One of those programs, thank you, Bill. One of those programs we started 2 years ago, we actually stole it from an organization in California, and it was originally called Saturday Night Lights. Now it's just Student Night Lights. We were going into the Sudicum-Napier neighborhoods, which is a public housing project about a half-mile away, every Saturday night, and we would put on a mini festival. We would have skate ramps, and we'd bring in and teach kids how to skate. We'd bring in music, and we'd have karaoke and let them sing and rap and have fun with the music. We would do art on the pavement, and all different things, anything. We had a blow-up soccer arena that they would play soccer with our staff. And we served 9,000 kids in that environment. And it was not safe. I'll just be honest with you. We had one, probably the third to last weekend we were there, a gentleman walked out with a couple guns. And it was a little scary, and the staff took off with the kids, and we got out of there. And so we thought, okay, we love this ministry, but we need to do something a little differently. And so we applied and got a grant. We bought a van, and we started transporting the kids from Sudicum Napier here on site every week. And so we do that every single day, and during the summer we do it every weekend. And so now it's called Student Night Lights, and this is going to be a video that we're going to show about the van and picking up some of our kids.
All my life I've been carried by.
She lives all the way down there.
Don't ask me how, 'cause I can't explain. It's nothing short of a miracle I'm here. I've got some blessings that I don't deserve. I've got some scars, but that's how you learn. It's nothing short of a miracle I'm here. I think it over and it doesn't add up. I know it comes from above. I've got miracles on miracles, a million little miracles.
Ben, me and my friends are able to have fun in Rocketown. Thank you, Rocketown, now because now I don't have to walk in the blistering heat. Thank you, Rocketown, because now we can go on field trips.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is where I come back in. So before we start this portion, I want to say, look, because you're here, you've already given. And we want to say thank you because you're here. So when I do this portion, I'd love if you gave, but that's not why I'm doing it. Most importantly, I'm doing it to educate, because that's what I do. So, almost 19 years of doing this, I set out early on to volunteer for all of my clients before I work with them. So if that means I go to Haiti to feed orphans, I've been a camp counselor at a children's cancer camp, I sit with ALS patients as they're dying, all of that. And I'll tell you something in my work, and how I got with you here tonight is Chaz. Chaz knows me from St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, and he's a board member there, and that's how we know each other from my work, because that's my largest client, and I've been working alongside them for 14 years, and I usually, before the pandemic, would go in the hospital at least 2 times a year and be with the kids. And so the reason I bring this up is because the leading cause of death of children in the United States is pediatric cancer. But when my phone rings because I'm around St. Jude and people hear those words, your child has cancer, I have a plethora, and I do mean plethora, of resources to give them for financial help, for actual support, for ministry, for research, and for cancer treatment. Now, the second leading cause of death of children between the ages of 10 and 24 is suicide in the United States. And when my phone rings on that, I have maybe 1 to 2. And another way that Chaz knows me is I'm Alice Cooper's auctioneer, and he also has been through Rocketown many times and runs a very similar faith-based group in Phoenix. And I have been his auctioneer for 11 years. So I want to tell you, with my honest to goodness, the more I've gotten to know Rocketown and trying not to cry, thank you. Because your children need it, and after the pandemic, more than ever, they need this place. And what Michael W. Smith started is something that so few people understand, that the children that are out there need this more than ever. And what I saw today with skateboards and laughter and Janae warming up was nothing short of community and miracles. So for that, I want to say thank you. And just so you know, in those outreach programs right now, this year alone, 3,614 youth have actually been actively participating in the outreach alone. So we begin this portion, it's huge. We begin this portion of the night, which is a 100% tax-deductible gift, and it's a chance to raise your paddle and give to the actual programs that you're hearing about. But for me, it's also just to kind of educate a bit, because that's what I try to do when I come into this, is to spend time, to be with the people, and to understand what it is we're funding and the difference we're making. So this level is $5,000. Last year, 10 people gave at this level, but we're going to ask and see if anyone would like to do it, and if not, it's okay. More importantly, I just want you to feel and to learn and to know what Rocketown's all about. But if anyone does want to raise their paddle, now is the time to do that at $5,000. And there it is. 422 is in at $5,000. 255 is in at $5,000. 323 is in at $5,000. 193 is in at $5,000. What's your bidder number? 396 is in at $5,000. That's 5 people right there. That's already $25,000. Anyone else who would like to raise their paddles at $5,000? And again, we know that you're here. I'm thrilled that you've already been a part of this, and that's not my main goal, even though I know that's what Rocketown would love from me. 369. My more importantly is to actually share what it is we're doing and for you to understand and learn to be able to passionately speak about Rocketown when you leave here. 453 just jumped in. 369 just jumped in, bringing you to 8 people. 266 just jumped in. 410 just jumped in, and you just raised $50,000 in about 10 seconds. So, one of the things that if all of you, again, I was just with the Dream Center in LA on Wednesday night, which is a big Pentecostal whole movement for homeless. And one of the things we were talking about was the cost of living right now. Groceries are up 9.6%. Gas, take a look at all of that. The marginalized being hit in this particular time of life is harder than ever. But I decided to look a little bit about Tennessee and because how that affects children. So I looked up food insecurity for children in Tennessee, and actually Tennessee ranks 17th for the most food insecurity out of all 50 states at a rate of 17.9%. Then I looked up Davidson County, 19.5%. The meals that you're serving here to a variety of different children are not only feeding the children that need it, but they're breaking bread between children from different demographics. And that is what it takes to actually rise up from within. So you had 1,739 youth that participated in the family meal plan. And then when you have those family dinner that we talked about, that was 2,057 youth in that prime time. Every Boys and Girls Club, everyone I ever worked for says, oh, they all fall off right around 14, 15. That's what Rocketown is here for. That's where they come in. That's the change. This level is $2,500. We're feeding the youth not only through food, but through ministry and through hope and through giving them an identity to who they are together. Anyone at $2,500, now is the time to raise your paddle. And again, if not, it's okay. More importantly, I just want to show you the passion that I've been able to feel for this place and give you a chance to be a part of that as well. And if not, it's all right, but if anyone wants to do it, now is the time. And there it is, 468 at $2,500 and 427 at $2,500. Thank you so much. 359 at $2,500. There you go, another $7,500. 428 is jumping in at $2,500. Right there, ladies and gentlemen, you just raised another $10,000 right there in just a matter of seconds. So, one of the things that Kenny was talking about that I researched too was the Sutico and the Napier actual neighborhoods, those projects. So I went ahead and took a look. Before the pandemic in 2019, the average income was under $7,000 a year. So a lot of times I say, I wish you would put me out of a job. Why? Because if all I do is charity, and half of the charity I do when I find someone that's homeless, I find someone that's in domestic violence, I find even a pet that has been violently treated, or I find someone going through addiction, it's something that is an after or side effect of something that can be prevented farther up the stream. That's what you're doing with these children. You're catching them before they get to that so that later down the road, I'm not treating the side effect of what they have. You caught them. You caught them at the beginning, and you introduced them not only to Christ, but to themselves. We all know kids are told it only takes one. The Rocketown difference is they teach the child they are the one. That's what they teach them. This level is $1,000. Last year, 19 of you did it. If anyone would care to do it, it would be wonderful to see 25 or more in the room. We'll find out. But 389 at $1,000 right there. And please do cheer them on. It's a big deal. 390 isn't it $1,000? 413 isn't it $1,000? 421 another $1,000. Running through 149 at $1,000. 394 at $1,000. 419 at 1,000, 236 at 1,000, 204 another 1,000, 403 at 1,000, 404 another 1,000, 144 at 1,000, 262 another 1,000, 366 at 1,000, 383 another 1,000, 146 at 1,000, 228 another 1,000, 194 at 1,000. Anyone else here tonight that would like to raise your paddle at $1,000, because that's $18,000 right there. 148 bringing us to 19,000. 458 bringing us to 20,000. 391 to 21,000. Anyone else, that's $21,000 at this level. Anyone else that would like to give, now is the time to raise that paddle. But most importantly, it's to also feel what it is that's being done, not only in this building, but growing across. So, in the next level, skating. Skating and actually having skate church is probably one of the most ingenious things I've ever. I'm going back to Alice Cooper and saying, you need a skate park. That's it. Because the kids that I saw in there today, and the commonality of something that is so still, it doesn't involve electronics. How many things do our kids do that involve electronics? It's a skateboard with a skate shop. What an ingenious idea for connectivity, but also to empower them. I read these kids' testimonials that couldn't even imagine getting on one, that are doing flips and all the rest of it. It's this very sneaky way to engage a child outside of all the confusing technology that is, and then infuse that fellowship through it. This level is $500. Anyone that would like to give, now is the time to raise that paddle here tonight for these children, and most importantly, just to thank you. Again, just being here, you're already doing that. But if anyone wants to give, now is the time to raise your paddle. And if not, it's okay. We've raised a lot of money, but I do want to make sure everyone has a chance. We will also ask for $250 in case anyone would like to give at $250, as we want to make sure that, again, everyone has had a chance to give if they feel they would like to give. And then finally, the last would be $100 if anyone wants to give. And if not, again, we're just thrilled that you're here. We're thrilled that you're a part of it. And for me personally, this has been nothing short of a blessing to get to know all of you, to get to know the staff, and to be a part of this, and to know you're out there. So on that note, we're going to go back to a video, but I just want to say a heartfelt thank you. God bless you, Tennessee. My name's Letitia Fry. Let's now watch a video on the screen.
Well, I couldn't think of a better person to win, to be honored with the Betty Dickens Award than Susan Joy. Susan is an incredible lady, a longtime Journeys employee of well over 30 years, I think almost 35 years before she retired early a few years ago. What an incredible, faithful, dedicated, sweet lady that Susan is. Susan at one time was our whole marketing department for Journeys, and I think in the early days of our relationship with Rocketown, literally was our ambassador to Rocketown and the relationship that Journeys had with Rocketown. She's the one who, tirelessly worked on all the various things that the Journeys volunteers would go over and do, and if it wasn't for her, I'm not sure that the program would have continued the way it did with kind of the gusto that it did. So I'm not surprised in Susan being honored with this award. Very well deserved, and couldn't, again, think of a better person to receive this award.
If I could sum up how I would describe you, if someone said, tell me who Susan Joy is, I would say that she has an athlete's mindset with a philanthropist's heart. And what I mean by that is you constantly were always challenging yourself, wanting to improve, take on new skills. Your work ethic was unparalleled. It's something that, was legendary, to be honest, and we still talk about it. You were the first one in, the last one to leave. But through all of that, where you were constantly looking for the next thing and trying to take on new challenges, you never did it in a way that seeked recognition. And you did it because it was just the way that you are. And that's very similar to how I would describe your giving and your heart. You were there from the very beginning when we started working with Rocketown a couple decades ago, and you were always the first one to volunteer, and you showed up, and you never didn't show up. And it didn't matter what was asked of you, what time it was, you were leading the charge. You rallied around Rocketown, just like you did your work. Everything you do is 110%.
Well, I'm a little biased, but I think Susan Joy is pretty awesome, and that's only partly because she's my mom. Rocketown's been a major part of her life for years, but it's something that she really cares deeply about, something she's passionate about, which makes sense because she's passionate about her faith and helping others, and those things all really go hand in hand. My mom is energetic, she's genuine, just really what you see is what you get. I'm just so proud of her work there, and I'm beyond thrilled that she's being recognized for it now. Congrats, Mom. I love you.
Please welcome to the stage Michael W. Smith presenting the Betty Dickens Service Award to Susan Joy.
Well, I wasn't actually supposed to do this, and yeah, but I'm going to get through it. Charlotte was supposed to be here. Charlotte is just a mainstay. She is such a believer in this place, and she's not doing well physically. Appreciate your prayers for her, but she's here in spirit. But she did write something that I'm going to read from her, from Charlotte. So this is her words. It's such an honor to present Rocketown's 2022 Betty Dickens Service Award. This award was started several years ago to honor an individual, Betty Dickens. Betty, where are you? I love you. You're the awesome. Betty Dickens, who has done so much and still does to support Rocketown. Her contributions to not only Rocketown but to our community was the catalyst for this award. The Betty Dickens Award is presented to honor outstanding individuals and families who demonstrate exceptional leadership and a commitment to Rocketown, whose generosity shapes lives, inspires greatness, and encourage others to take philanthropic leadership roles in our community. And Betty, you definitely set the bar high, for sure. Tonight we are honoring another individual who embodies these same qualities, Susan Joy. It was my pleasure to meet Susan at a Rocketown board meeting. We then worked on several committees together and co-chaired Comedy for a Cause auction. I learned several things about Susan during that time. The words cannot or impossible is not in Susan's vocabulary. The second thing is that there is a real live Wonder Woman. And we even presented her with a Wonder Woman cape. Susan is amazing at what she can accomplish. She does not see obstacles in her path. She sees challenges. A big thank you goes out to Bill Joy for sharing Susan. Thank you, Bill. I do remember a couple of no's coming from him when Susan accepted several different commitments. Susan, your current and past service are the standard bearer for this award. You have served Rocketown youth in such amazing ways. And it is my pleasure to present Rocketown's 2022 Betty Dickens Service Award to you. Congratulations, my friend. This is greatly deserved. And you just take your time and say whatever you want to say.
Thank you all. Thank you all for coming tonight. I don't have any funny jokes. Sorry, you'll get that later this evening. But I just want to say I really appreciate all of you being here. It means a lot to me. As you all know, trying to put something like this together is not an easy chore. It has been an adventure. I want to thank my family, saw some of them tonight. I want to thank my husband for all the many years he's put up with me and for all of his continued support and leadership with Rocketown. I want to thank my friends for being here. I want to thank my family. As I mentioned, my Journeys family, most important of all, because if it weren't for Journeys, I would not be here tonight. And starting with the family dinners, we did quarterly, to the yearly shoe giveaway, Journeys has kept me involved with Rocketown, and then I kept Journeys involved with Rocketown, and we have continued to support Rocketown for many years. So I appreciate that. I want to say thank you for all the sponsors this evening. Thank you, donors, and thank you all for coming tonight and helping Rocketown continue the ministries here to support the children that come to Rocketown every day. I appreciate it so much, and we love you. Thank you.
Much deserved, for sure. Oh boy. You'd think I would learn not to do that after doing this for 4 decades. So. Okay. And as Susan said, we're glad we've got the whole team here from Journeys as well. And thank you all for being here to support her. Okay. Now's the time. I'd just like to take a survey. Is this the very first? Who's been here for the very first time at Rocketown? Wow, that's incredible. A lot of new faces. Yes, thank you. Well, you're going to now find out why we call this Comedy for a Cause. So, and we have had some amazing comedians and some amazing years of laughter. Keith Alberstadt is hilarious. We all know that. He's originally from Nashville, Tennessee, believe it or not. And Keith now lives in New York City. He's been seen on The Late Show with David Letterman, Late Night with Seth Meyers, Last Comic Standing, and The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Keith is one of the best and easily a favorite. He has performed all around the country, including his home club, the world-famous Comedy Cellar in New York City, and has made several tours to the Middle East and around the world to entertain our U.S. troops. Would you please welcome to the stage Keith Alberstadt.
Thanks, everybody. Michael W. Smith right there. Please give Michael a round of applause and everybody who makes Rocketown a possibility. This is an awesome event. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks for supporting a wonderful cause, and I'm looking forward to being part of it. I am from Nashville originally. It's great to be back. I did move to New York several years ago. I learned real quick how different New York is. I learned people in New York, they don't care about stuff if it doesn't affect them personally. Like, for example, I have asthma. All right, nobody cares here either. That's awesome. That's par for the course. After one asthma attack, my own friend rolled his eyes, goes, "Come on, man. You got to get that asthma under control." Get it under... I'm not addicted to asthma. I don't think you know how this works. I don't have willpower. I have an inhaler. A lot of people take themselves very seriously in New York, some more than others. I was at a restaurant. I heard a guy at the table next to mine ask the waiter, he says, "Excuse me, of all your wines, which one is most robust?" I turned and said, "Sir, we are all impressed. We are also all at Applebee's." There's a tricycle on the wall. Why don't you try and bring that down a notch? Bon appetit on your jalapeno papas. I like this crowd as an audience. You laugh and you get it over with. It's very efficient. Like, ha ha ha! All right. A lot of stereotypes about New York, very true. Apartments in New York, very small. The walls are incredibly thin. My wife and I, we would wait until our neighbors weren't home, and then we would place Amazon orders on their Alexa. That's how you do it. You save some money there. Got to intercept the mail, but it's worth the effort. We don't have an Alexa. I refuse to get one. I think they're creepy. And our friends keep trying to talk us into getting one. I don't understand their arguments. She can turn lights on and off, Keith. She can turn lights on and off. Yeah, I wish I could do that. What if your hands are full, you dumb hillbilly? That is quite the predicament. I guess I would just hold on to whatever's too important to set down for 2 seconds. Wait for the sun to come up. Old school. Thank you, ma'am. Alexa's creepy. It's also very overrated. You ever listen to an Alexa talk? It sounds like a parent trying to help their kid with homework. Very quick with the easy answers. Anything more difficult has to defer to another source. Alexa, what's 3 times 5? The answer is 15. Alexa, what's the Doppler effect? Here's what I found on the internet. My wife and I now live in New Jersey. That's where she's from. We have 2 beautiful little girls, 2.5 years old, and 1. She just turned 1 last week. In fact, I was supposed to do this event last year, but the due date was so close to the event that we had to reschedule. And they're great. They're beautiful. They're amazing little kids. The 1-year-old is she's progressing. She had heart surgery recently, and she's doing better. The cardiologist is happy. Her therapists are happy. She has Down syndrome. She goes to therapy. She has physical therapy, occupational therapy, and they keep telling us that she has low muscle tone. I don't know how they're coming to that conclusion. She has such an iron grip. She grabs everything that she comes in contact with. For example, a year ago, I had a full head of hair. But she's awesome. She goes to speech therapy. I live in New Jersey. There's a lot of people there that could use a little speech therapy. I'm in Bloomfield, New Jersey, ma'am. Are you familiar with the Garden State? Are you from there? Where? Ah, Tom's River. Yeah, that's good. That's a good part of the state right there. No, I know Tom's River very, very much. My in-laws live in Barnegat, New Jersey. Is it down there? Everybody talk amongst yourselves. This never happens. Nobody ever brings up Tom's River, where Bon Jovi has a restaurant. Yeah, see? That was a show, I believe, once. Yeah. Am I getting paid for this? Is this part? Checking your tweets. Jersey's good, and the kids are great. The oldest, Eleanor, she loves that song, Head, Shoulders, Knees, and Toes. Are you familiar with that song? Whoever wrote that song was not over the age of 40. I know that much, because you're expected to touch those body parts when you sing about them. That's a little more difficult to do the older you get. I switch up the lyrics, hope nobody notices. Like head, shoulder, elbow, hand, head, shoulders, chest and stomach. Ring around the rosy, pocket full of posy, ashes, ashes, y'all fall down. Now when I'm doing it, ashes, ashes, let's all sit on the couch for 10 minutes. Let's take a breather. It's too early for this. Haven't had my coffee or stretched the hammies. I love kids' music because the song, the title, that's what you're getting into. You know what song it is by the title. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Nobody's ever said wheels on the bus. What's that all about? My wife was pregnant with both our girls. We were coming up with different names. I suggested a name that would work for either a boy or a girl. I suggested username. It's practical. Kid's already going to be logged in. Several seconds ahead of the class. I know it's a weird-looking name, so we would pronounce it Username. Don't want the kid to get picked on. Username Alberstadt. Middle name, password. Pronounced password. Spelled with 8 black dots. Most kids don't even like their middle name. How cool would it be to have a middle name you got to change every 6 months for security purposes? Huh? Thoughtful. Sometimes I don't understand all the effort to come up with a name, because a lot of people, let's face it, they don't care about names. My name's Keith, not exactly a strange name, but sometimes I get called Kevin. I introduce myself as Keith. Apparently, some people have a little voice in their head that says, yeah, I bet you he meant to say Kevin. Sometimes people give you unnecessary explanations for their name. You ever hear them? I met a girl once, she said, my name is Marielle, like the Little Mermaid, but with an M. All right. What'd she say before that movie was even out? My name is Marielle, you know, like holy mackerel, without the CK or the holy. I said, my name's Keith, like what you start your car with the TH at the end. Last name Alberstadt, a little more difficult. My wife's name is now Leslie Alberstadt. It took her some time to get used to that. The first few times that she signed her new name, it looked like she signed her first name, Leslie, and then thought, hey, let's see what the left hand can do. I've learned to have fun with my name, 10 letters long, one of them silent. A lot of people don't know how to pronounce it when they first see it. But I've learned to have fun with it. Like customer service reps, they have to believe everything I say. I'm the customer. I was once at an airline ticket counter, gave her my confirmation number. She said, welcome aboard, Mr. I said, it's Jenkins. Oh, I'm sorry. It says here, I know it says Alberstadt. It's pronounced Jenkins. She did not skip a beat. I'm so sorry, Mr. Jenkins. When they type that long without looking at the screen, here's what they're thinking. I hope you like your bags going to Seattle. My brother also has a little girl. One time I called up my brother. He answered the phone like this. He says, hey, man, hang on a second. He put the phone down, and I could hear him tell his daughter, okay, so you have 18. You add 5 to that. What do you have now? She thought about it. She said, 23? He said, very good, but you bust. So, what are you doing, man? I'm teaching Olivia math. With blackjack? Who teaches their kid to hit on 18? Stay on 18, Olivia. I'll have to correct all my brother's mistakes. So one day my niece will be in school, teacher will say, Olivia, what's 8 plus 8? And she'll say, I'd like to split those, please. I have another niece got a visit from the Tooth Fairy she was very excited about. Uncle Keith, I got $20 from the Tooth Fairy. Like, $20? Did you have an ivory tusk in your face? Who's getting $20 for a tooth? I'd be brushing my teeth with Dr. Pepper and a Snickers bar. I'd be saving up for a bike. Parenthood's great. I don't understand some parents. A lot of parents don't like it when their kids don't want to go to bed. I have never understood that because kids don't want to go to bed. They're kids. They want to stay up. You should be happy that your child is normal. Would you want the opposite? Think about that for a second. Would you want a kid who's excited about going to bed? Timmy, time for bed, buddy. Okay. Early to bed, early to rise. That's what I say. Who shall tuck me in? Mama? Papa? Mama and Papa? Golly, I hope I have pleasant dreams. You want that sociopath under your roof? You want the most wanted serial killer of tomorrow sleeping right down the hall from your bedroom? Does that make you comfortable? Little Dexter piling up the squirrel carcasses under his bed? Is that the ice cream truck? No thanks. Kale salad and homework for me, please. I like how some of you are looking at the screen. I'm right here. Things change when you get older. Lots of stuff. Catch myself doing old person things a lot of time. And just, you don't even realize how much stuff changes. Like, just happen. I was watching TV. Sleep has become such a commodity when the older you get. I was watching TV a couple of years ago. Bud Light commercial came on. Said, "Are you up for whatever?" Nope. I am up for 10 more minutes. Max. This whole scratch your back on a door frame thing, I always thought that looked stupid. Now I'm on board with this. I'll shut the door when I'm good and ready, Starbucks. This feels good. Giving gifts, that's a whole different ball game the older you get. You know what the most popular gift that adults give each other is now? Those little plastic gift cards. It's a very nice way of telling somebody, all right, look, I don't have time for this. This isn't your gift, but this is who has your gift. Go talk to them. I'm very busy. You got to take care of your health and wellness the older you get. I mean, you should always do that. The older you get, it becomes really important. That Purell hand sanitizer. I was using that stuff way before the pandemic. A lot of people told me you shouldn't do that. They said, you're killing all the germs. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. I'm killing all the germs. No, but you're killing good germs with the bad germs. I don't know what that means, but I don't care. There's going to be some collateral damage in this little war. I'll tell you what, if I want to replenish the good germs, I'll go touch a doorknob at church. I will refill with some good church-going germs. I think Purell is awesome. You know why? It doesn't kill 100% of germs. It kills 99.99%. It leaves one survivor to go tell the village, Purell's in town. He looks mad. Going to the doctor now for stuff I never had to go to the doctor for before. Dizzy episodes. I was getting dizzy out of nowhere. Went to the doctor. They thought I had a inner ear infection. But before they diagnosed it, the doctor said, "Keith, when you have these dizzy episodes, does it feel like the room is spinning or does it feel like you're spinning?" Which one's covered? That's the one I got. Health is very important. You got to eat right. I got into a slight disagreement with my wife not too long ago. I made lunch. I made her a sandwich. One of the pieces of bread on her sandwich was the end piece of the loaf. You would have thought I made a sandwich out of cigarette butts. I don't understand the big deal. She eats hamburgers. What's a hamburger bun? Say it with me. 2 end pieces. What's a sub sandwich? 2 long end pieces. Somehow things are different when I make a sandwich. I put the plate in front of her and she said, "What is this?" "Thanks for making lunch," is what I believe she meant to say. We also disagree on what a coupon is. One day she said, "I have to go to the grocery store." I said, "Why? We went yesterday." She said, "Yeah, but today is free pineapple day. If you spend $25, you get a free pineapple." Huh. Sounds like $25 pineapple day. I got a crazy idea. Stay with me on this. Why don't you just buy a pineapple and save us $22.35? She loves coupons. Nothing wrong with saving money. She gets a lot of coupons emailed to her. Like CVS, that's a big one. She gets CVS coupons. They all expire in 15 minutes. She better hustle down. CVS is the best. That's my favorite store. Because you check out, that receipt just keeps on coming. It's like you just bowled the greatest skee ball game of your life. Just keeps on coming. That's why it's awesome. Everybody else nowadays is recycle this and reusable that. Not CVS. They are in your face. Here's your rainforest of savings. Do you want a bag for your receipt? We don't have a dishwasher. We have to wash the dishes by hand. One day, I washed the dishes. I dried my hands, hung up the towel, and Leslie explained to me that I hung up the towel incorrectly. She said, "What's the point of having a picture on the towel if nobody can see the picture when you hang the towel up?" "Thanks for washing the dishes," is what I believe she meant to say. There seems to be some sort of acoustic problem in our kitchen. It swallows up all the gratitude. We have accumulated so many gadgets in our kitchen. We have a corkscrew that's 25 times the size that a corkscrew needs to be. It's like that big. You got these things here. You got to hold on to those two things. Then there's this thing going on like that. And then the wine's open. We've used it once. We can't use it anymore because it opened in the drawer. Now the drawer won't open. I have no idea what's in that drawer. A giant corkscrew. I know that much. Can I use this? Is this okay? Did somebody say no? That scares me too. The Jersey you live in is good. When did you move down here, ma'am? 2009. I'm not good on math, but that sounds like a long time ago. And Nashville's great, right? Yeah, but now you love it, right? I'm trying to, trying to make the argument we should move down here eventually. Maybe we will. I missed the what? Miss the ocean? I won't miss the ocean. You know why? Sharks. This whole baby shark phenomenon that somebody started, that's not good. You're telling kids that sharks are good and happy and friendly? That's not the right message. Sharks are bad. Sharks will bite you. Whenever a shark attacks, it always amazes me. There's always somebody who's shocked that a shark attacked somebody. They say things like, they're misunderstood. They're totally misunderstood creatures of the sea. I heard this statistic once. Keith, last year there were 34 fatal dog attacks in America and only 6 fatal shark attacks in the whole world. Yeah, you know why? Dogs are on land. That's where all the people are. If there were 300 million people just hanging out in the ocean, see a lot more than 6 misunderstandings. And if a shark gets too close, what are you supposed to do? Anybody know what you're supposed to do when a shark gets too close to you? No, you toss an oxygen tank into his mouth. You wait for him to circle back. Then you taunt him, show me the tank, show me the tank. But if you don't have access to an oxygen tank or a rifle or Chief Brody, you are supposed to punch it in the nose. How effective could that possibly be? You ever tried punching anything in the water? Here's how fast your hand goes. Who are you going to hurt with that? A seahorse? No, it's when it's on the surface. That's when you punch it, when it's on the surface of the water. Okay, fine. Fine, but what happens if you see a shark underwater? What's the game plan at that point? Hey! Take this outside. But I am adjusting to life in New Jersey. We don't have a home security system. We just got the house. We've been renters our entire life. We bought a house for the first time. I'm still getting used to the whole home ownership. We got a home security system for the first time ever. We didn't have one of those in Queens. What we did have was Leslie's creativity. We'd leave town for a few days, and she would put pillows under the sheets, make it look like somebody's there in bed, sleeping. So if somebody were to ever break in, we would just have to hope and pray that that person was very considerate. Walk in, oh, sorry. And pillows weren't enough. She would add shoes. Shoes to a sleeping person. It was always the last thing she'd do before we'd leave. She just toss a pair of shoes on the bed. So now it just looks like the person's blacked out from pain because their feet are upside down and backwards. My wife always does accidentally. She accidentally does creepy looking things. Like she sometimes would travel with me on the road before we had kids, and she would take a nap in the passenger seat. To block the sun, she would wrap her scarf around her eyes. Sounds harmless until you realize this looks like a kidnapping. There's a blindfolded, unconscious woman in my car. Here come the blue lights. She has a remarkable ability to both ask and answer questions at the exact same time. She will say things like, "You want another beer?" "No, right?" I feel like I'm on Jeopardy. My buzzer's not working. I was going to say yes. Things are different after you have kids. Going to the gym. I used to go to the gym. Not anymore. Those days are long gone. I had a trainer back in the day. That was a huge mistake. Don't ever get a trainer if you go to the gym. Big mistake. Very intense people. I just wanted some motivation. He was trying to change my life. This is very intense. "Keith, you got to stop drinking coffee. You got to stop drinking alcohol. Why don't I just find Bigfoot and colonize the sun?" Those things are not going to happen in 25 million years. Especially coffee. You could drink decaf. Yeah, I could also punch a bald eagle in the face. But that's not how America works. Coffee addiction is real. It's not just caffeine addiction, it's coffee addiction. A lot of people don't get that. I heard a grown woman say this once in a coffee shop. She said, "I don't drink coffee, but I drink tea. It's the same thing." No, it's not, lady. You sound crazy. That's like saying, "I don't watch TV. I got a sock puppet." That's how insane you sound. You sound like you're out of your mind. Like you collect used Band-Aids and put lipstick on your cat, you weirdo. I bet your kid likes going to bed on time. I used to make a joke about iced coffee, because coffee's supposed to be hot. But after having kids, now I get it. Because you have kids, you got a cup of coffee, it gets cold. You put it down, you forget about it, it gets cold. And then going back and forth to the microwave, that gets tiresome. You learn to just accept cold coffee. Iced coffee was invented by a new parent, I'm sure of that. Throwing in the ice was their version of throwing in the towel. Just, fine, stay cold. I almost gave up coffee for Lent, because we're Catholic, give up something for Lent every year, and I almost gave up coffee. It lasted for like half a millisecond in my head. I thought, no, I'll think of something else. Lent is the period of time, of course, before Easter, which changes every year. Sometimes Easter is in April, sometimes it's in March. It all depends on whether or not the Pope saw his shadow. That's how they figure it out. He walks out of the Vatican. All right, April it is. Who's in charge of ordering the peeps? This is great. I love traveling around, doing comedy. A couple of years ago, I was doing, actually longer than that, I was doing college shows in Minnesota. They were showing me around the area, past a 25-foot statue of Paul Bunyan. I said, what is that all about? And one of the students said, oh, he's from here. Really? The make-believe giant who owns a blue ox. This is where he lives. Awesome. Next week, I'm going to Georgia, where the devil lost a fiddle contest. I threw that joke in just for tonight. I love doing that joke in places like New York because there's always a lot of international visitors in the crowd. They have no idea what I'm talking about. They don't know who Paul Bunyan is, but I still do the joke because I just imagine they're going to go home and Google it and get nothing but pictures of ugly feet because they spelled Bunyan wrong. I'll tell you one thing about parenthood, and a lot of you, I'm sure, will understand this. You appreciate your own parents a lot more after you have your own kids. I know I do. My parents put up with a lot. My dad hated the fact that I had asthma. Hated it. But it wasn't because I couldn't breathe. It was because I was a giant smartass with my chores. Mow the grass? Yeah, I'll do that, Dad. Let me grab my oxygen tank and my allergy mask. I'll start the mower. You dial 9. When you see me collapse, hit 11. Ready? Break. Nobody had a clue about asthma in the 80s in Tennessee. You know what the remedy was? Walk it off. Does that make any sense? Every baseball practice, Coach, I can't breathe. Did you walk it off? It's not working. Should we apply the leeches next? Played Little League Baseball. Always stopped at first. I don't care how far I hit the ball. Couldn't run past first. Stopped. Hit the ball to the fence, stopping at first. I was the only player to ever stretch a triple into a single. Nobody's ever did that before. I did that. I was the only kid with asthma. I was the only kid with asthma, and now it's everywhere. There are more kids with asthma now than there are bullies. It's never happened before. They finally have the numbers to fight back, just not the lung capacity. That's very sad. You get your own lunch money, Greg. Get him, guys. This isn't over. Played Little League Baseball, then of course I got older. Played slow pitch softball. That was a sport definitely invented by a man approaching 40. Just making up sports that are similar to real sports. Hey, let's play baseball, but at like 1/15 the speed. Make the ball the size of a cantaloupe, shorten the base paths. There's always somebody who takes it very seriously, keeps a stat book. I hit 735 last year. Yeah, ball's coming in at 9 miles per hour. We all hit 735 last year. I sneezed into an asthma attack. You ever do that, ma'am? You ever sneeze into an asthma attack? I'm a very loud sneezer. It's very abrupt and sudden. It startles people. Ah, yeah! You should sneeze loud, right? If you're a silent sneezer, if you're the kind of person who sneezes like this, you're a very creepy individual. There is nothing natural about that kind of behavior at all. What are you, some kind of warlock? How do you make a sneeze disappear off the planet? You ever see a silent sneezer after like 4 in a row? It's like they just woke up from a coma. There's no blood vessel in their head that's still working properly. Some people say achoo after they sneeze. When they sneeze, they go achoo. That's how they sneeze. Achoo. I don't even say God bless you after achoo. I say welcome to Earth. One time I sneezed and somebody said bless. No direct object, just bless. So I said thank. My wife's sister has a cat with asthma. Has anybody ever heard of that before? An asthmatic cat. The vet prescribed an inhaler. An inhaler for an animal that really appreciates bursts of compressed air right to the face. It came with illustrations, not photographs, illustrations. So they probably tried to take photographs until somebody said, "We are out of bandages. Can somebody please draw what this is supposed to look like before I pass out?" She can't even use the inhaler properly. She just has to spray the air, then drag the cat through the cloud. All right, hope that takes. My in-laws are awesome. My in-laws are great. My wife's family, unbelievably cool. My father-in-law, Bob, he has no idea how hilarious he is. Stuff just happens to Bob, and he just rolls with it, doesn't care, doesn't even think about it. They discovered all of the pictures on his phone had a Christmas wreath border around them, like stretching back months. It's like he changed something in the settings. I don't know what happened, but every picture has Christmas wreath border. And they asked him about it. Why do you have a Christmas wreath on every one of your pictures? Like everything, like July 4th on the beach, Christmas wreath. Why do you have this, Bob? And his response was this: my phone just does that. I got one of those Christmas wreath phones. Never inquired about it. Never called Verizon. Just, what are you going to do? Got a Christmas wreath on my phone. They almost missed a flight home from Disney World. This happened years ago before I met Leslie and her family. They almost missed a flight home from Disney World because Bob got a Q-tip stuck in his ear. It was the last day in the hotel. He thought, I'm paying for this. I'm going to use everything in it. It's time to clean out the old canals. Puts a Q-tip in, pulls it out, nothing but a stick. All the cotton stuck in his head. So they went to the ER and almost missed their flight home. They're rehashing this story. Everybody's laughing about it, except Bob. Bob's defensive, is what Bob said. He goes, you know what it was? It was the family that stayed in the room before us. You know how kids like to unscrew the cotton, put it back on the stick, all loose-like? Nobody's ever done that, Bob. There has never been a group of ruffian teens going, hey, gather around, everybody. You know how old people like Q-tips? Sometimes Bob will say stuff, doesn't realize the hilarity of it all until after the fact when everybody's laughing. One day before Leslie and I were married, we were hanging out at her parents' place in South Jersey. Bob left to go to the doctor. Comes back from the doctor, walks into the living room. The first thing he says in front of everybody, I got chlamydia. 78 years old. It's real bad, too. It's called hyperchlamydia. That's how bad it is. A couple of questions later, we come to find out that Bob actually has high potassium. The medical term for that is hyperkalemia. Bob, who else did you tell this to? Well, I kind of told the neighbors. Neighbors. That sounded plural. Now there's an entire cul-de-sac in Barnegat, New Jersey, just south of Tom's River, that thinks my father-in-law has off-the-charts rock star chlamydia. You guys are awesome. God bless you. Thank you very much. Good luck with everything here at Rocketown. God bless you. Have a good night.
One more hand, one more hand, one more hand. Laughter is good for the soul. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. One last thing. Thank you again for being generous. You don't want to miss this. So before we close out, many of y'all entered the raffle by purchasing a blinky ring. Who's got the blinky rings? Y'all got those? A few minutes ago, we pulled the winning ticket, and the winner is, do we have a number? There it is. Is that right? 491708. Who's got 491708? Yes. You got the grill? Woo! I love it. Okay, I don't know if you got room in your car or what, but if you can haul it out of here tonight, great. If not, I'll loan you my Ford 150 truck. We'll get it to you somehow. So it's back in the coffee shop where you entered the building. Hey, I hope you all had a great night. It's been awesome. Thank you once again. God bless you.